Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for the final round of women's qualifying at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. This year's event is taking place at the Gold Coast Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr., also helping out on the media side this week, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, and Brant Houghton. We've already had quite an exciting day on Bowl TV with our men's final round of qualifying. We'll get through some of those details in just a bit. This is the women's final round, as we mentioned. Total of 6 games. And what proved to be, or proves to look at least, to be a very challenging 39-foot condition. Some slight differences compared to what we saw on the men's side. The length is the same, however, the volume slightly different. It was a 33.5 earlier today. For our women's block, just a tad over 30 mils, using a combination of the Kegel Fire and Kegel Ice Oil. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider here for the Team USA trials. We'd also like to thank Brunswick, our scoring provider this week. So I know everyone has enjoyed the opportunity to follow their favorite players using live scoring. We'll go ahead and drop that link in the chat just in case anyone hasn't gotten the opportunity yet. One of the unique aspects about how today will work in addressing Rebecca's question is that essentially these pairs will move as a whole. So today's like one big position round. So the top players in the standings are all bowling together, so it kind of works its way through the field. So we'll see players all over the standings today, but hopefully, I haven't checked it yet, I'm going to look right now. We do have our lane assignments available, bowl.com/Team USA Trials. And hopefully, if everything works out correctly, we will see the top players in the standings starting today here on 43 through 46. That is for the final game at least. So our final game will feature Kelly Kulik, Missy Parkin, Brianna Clemmer, and Josie Barnes on 43 and 44. On 55 and 56, we will have Sydney Brummett, Taylor Baltais, Julia Bond, and Taylor Davis. But we certainly have a lot to figure out between now and then. Currently on our featured pairs, let's start on 43 and 44. We have Sarah Lynn Nasberg, Erin Ota, and Deanna Carrillo. They're joined by Tara Quinlan and Brittany Kinney. Over on 45 and 46, we will have Alexis Morgan, Haley Schwark, Jessica Hallis, Kayla Day, and Renelle Ulande. Heading into today's competition, Kelly Kulick, the recently inducted, or elected, I should say, inductions in April. But Kelly Kulick leading the way. On the same day, it was announced that she will join the USBC Hall of Fame in 2019, so already a pretty special moment. See if Kelly can put the finishing touches on an already awesome tournament performance. Second in the standings, Brianna Clemmer with 56 points. Kelly had 43 points. I don't think I mentioned that. That will be important for later on. We'll talk about that in a moment. Missy Parkin with 58 points. Josie Barnes with 65. Sydney Brummett with 67. Julia Bond and Taylor Boltice with 69 points apiece. Taylor Davis with 71. And then Brianna Cote and Jordan Richard round out the top 10 with 73 points apiece. As we mentioned, this is round number 5, the final round of qualifying for team trials. And the way everything works is each day is 6 games on a different lane condition. So the first day was 36 feet. That was the shortest pattern. Followed up with 38, 45, 41, and now today 39 feet. So definitely need to prove your versatility across the board. Now the way it works for the ranking points that we just rattled off, for each of the rounds, players are assigned points based off of their finish in the standings. So if we look at yesterday's round at number 4 for the women, we see that Brianna Clemmer had the biggest score, 1484. So since she finished first for that block, she received 1 ranking point. Kelly Kulick was second. She received 2 ranking points. Stephanie Johnson was 7th. She received 7 points. Brianna Cote was 12th, received 12 points. Ashley Dunn was 17th, 17 points. We could do this all day, but you guys get the picture. So essentially, you want your ranking point score to be as low as possible because that signifies you are finishing near the top of the standings in every single round. So with that in mind, and thinking about Kelly Kulick's big day already, with the way the ranking points work, Kelly currently has a 13-point advantage on Brianna Clemmer. So for Kelly to automatically win team trials no matter what, she would have to finish in the top 13 today. If she finishes at least 13th this round, she will be the 2019 Team USA Trials champion. It's that simple. And then depending on Brianna Clemmer or Missy Parkin and following the rest of the way, if Kelly does not finish within the top 13, then an opportunity for one of those folks to potentially lead the day. Potentially go around the Hall of Famer. But right now, Kelly Kulick, she's been, if you look at 43 points for 4 rounds, that's about an average of 11th place per day. So her average has been on pace with that. Obviously, this tough 39-foot condition, it could get a little crazy. Another addition to this event is the U.S. Amateur, which excludes the professional players at the end of it all. There's a stepladder finals, which will take place approximately 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. local time here in Vegas. That's approximate as of right now. We'll see how everything progresses along. On the women's side right now, the 3 players advancing to that stepladder would be Taylor Boltice as the 3 seed, Julia Bond as the 2 seed, and Brianna Clemmer as the number 1 seed. Once again, all of that can change. Taylor Davis is the first player out of the top 3 at the moment, but she's only 2 points back of both Bond and Boltice. In addition, there is a youth element to this week's event, Junior Team USA. And the top 4 players on the youth side will also earn automatic spots on Junior Team USA for 2019. The players holding those positions at the moment: Taylor Davis, Caitlin Johnson, Mabel Cummins, and Kayla Hicks. The first player out who is eligible would be Faith Welch, followed by Destiny Truly, McKenna Collier, Caroline Thieser, Cassidy Corey, and Sarah Gill. And yes, the U.S. Amateur will be live tonight. So basically, we are going to turn the cameras off. We're going to shut down this live stream, and we'll start up a new one for the stepladder final, so we can reposition a few cameras. We'll be covering lanes 41 through 48 for the semifinal and the finals. As Kareen in the chat has already alluded to, our men's U.S. Amateur will feature the top seed and team trials champion John Janowitz, the number 2 seed Wesley Lowe Jr., and the number 3 seed Solomon Salama. All 3 of those individuals also have already earned spots on Team USA for 2019. Based on finishing in the top 4 in the overall ranking points. The 4th player in that mix, Nick Pate, will return to Team USA in 2019. Be Pate's 2nd time representing the United States. So Janowitz was able to put together it's a great shot there from Kayla, and just a terrible, terrible break. Hashtag Team No 8-Pin. But definitely a big congratulations to John Janowitz, the USBC Hall of Famer. Had been part of Team USA 8 times prior to 2019, but had not been part of the team since 2016, so Double J earning his spot back on the team and then some. Also have the opportunity to represent the United States at the World Cup now in 2019 to go along with his win. Immediately after the U.S. Amateur, we will have a presentation introducing Team USA and Junior Team USA 2019, and we highly suggest you stick around for that as well. Because not only will we have our selections that we already know about based off of people earning their spots, but the National Selection Committee will announce several players as well, so we won't know the full team until later tonight. Good question in the chat from Leon. Not sure if it's been asked, but can a bowler be a part of both junior and adult Team USA? And yes, they can. If a youth player earns their spot in the top 4 like Solomon did today, he does get the opportunity to also bowl for the adult team. So also correct in the chat, looks like everyone got to it. Nick Pate, as a professional, is not eligible for a spot in the U.S. Amateur. So that'll make potentially the women's match later tonight have a little more at stake other than just the title, because the U.S. Amateur Champion also earns a spot on Team USA. So on the men's side, since all 3 stepladder finalists have already earned their spot, essentially that spot will go to the player who was 5th in the standings, which was Darren Tang, who led the day, to move up into 5th place. So Darren will make the adult team for the 2nd consecutive year. One player not having any trouble here in the early going is Brianna Clemmer, who had just a monster day yesterday. She had a 298 here live on Bowl TV. She started off with 7 out of the first 8 strikes. So once again, live scoring, a great way to keep track of everything happening around this 70-lane bowling center. We have all 70 lanes going, so to Williams' question in the chat, talking about Solomon, did he sheet it? Yes, he did. All 3 in the 10th. First one went a little bit high, so he tripped out the 6 and the 7 as the last to go, and then threw a no-doubter in the 11th. A great way. Just a suggestion, William, to watch it though, if you would like to see it. Be sure to check out the archive here on YouTube when it's all said and done. You can go back and watch any of the coverage missed this week. YouTube.com/BowlTV, and of course, be sure to visit the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram for a bunch of bonus coverage throughout the week. We've got 300s, we've got 800s, we've got interviews of top performers throughout the week, and much, much more. So it's definitely worth watching. Question about where Matt Russo finished. Russo did not have his best day. He dropped in the standings, finished in 14th overall with 194 ranking points. Russo went minus 105 today for his 6-game block. Should be 3 in a row for Kayla. She mixes them up in the 8th frame. That nasty 8-pin in the 6th. Just plain mean. Question from John about music and headphones, and generally at these higher profile USBC events, listening to music while competing is against the rules. Specifically for this event, players are not even allowed to have their cell phones out during the block, so. Another question concerning the great state of New Jersey, the Peters sisters. How are they doing today? I'm looking right now, that's why I'm not talking. As soon as I find them here in live scoring. Cameron Peters rolled 188 in her first game. Paige Peters is a strike away from finishing with a 173. Another one for Kayla. Chance to get to 214. Question about Liz Culkin, 187 in her first game. You guys can use the live scoring app to follow along with your favorite players. So you can find that in the description below the video. A lot of good stuff there. Lane assignments, lane condition. Check out the graph of today's 39-foot pattern. Kyla Day getting lined up here on the 39-foot condition, 4 in a row. Bounce back nicely from 2 early opens. Kyla, that makes up for that 8-pin, so I'd take it. Chance for 214. She's going to lead the way here on our featured pairs. Alexis Morgan can get to 154. Sarah Lynn Nasberg starting off the 10th frame on 43 and 44. She can get to 177. Deanna Carrillo up in the 9th. Looks pretty good. Come on, 10th pin. Not sure about the O'Keefe question in the chat because she certainly is bowling. Hasn't had the week we've grown accustomed to Shannon having at team trials, so she's had some struggles. She is the defending team trials champion, as well as the reigning PWBA Player of the Year heading into 2019. Thanks for the info, Chris. We appreciate that. If I happen to say the last name wrong, please correct me. Looks like the Trisky sisters will be coming up next. Great shot there from Aaron to kick off her 10th frame. She could still get to 204. Take that 5-pin. Renell gets it to tumble for 151. Kayla leading the way with 213. Alexis 143. Haley can get to 173. Big shout out to Gold Coast, as we can see them taking care of lane 46. Mike Hoffman and his staff always do great stuff for us, so we certainly appreciate them providing us a great hosting venue. Aaron finishes with 194 clean. As we saw in the men's block, clean games were few and far between, so. Aaron put herself in position to fill frames, and not too bad of a start. Brittany Kinney had to strike to start her 10th frame. She can get to 182. Haley finishes with 173. Jessica Hallis can get to 180 to finish her first game here in the final qualifying block of women's competition. Some nice shots all around here in the 10th frame. Get another good one, but 8-pin, come on. Help Deanna out here. All three in the 10th for Brittany, 182. Deanna finishes with 172. Just 2 more shots to go, or 1 shot now. From Jessica, and we will be all done with game 1. Jessica finishes with 169, and it's going to do it for game 1. Game number 2 will be coming up next here on Bowl TV. Once again, 6 games at this block here, the final women's qualifying block at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials. All right, folks, wasting no time, we are getting into game number 2. Let's quickly meet our players, and then we will quickly meet our special guest in the live stream booth, which is actually just a table. On 43 and 44, we have Haley Trisky, Sierra Shashoka, Isabella Pohl, Sarah Voyers, and Shauna Strauss. Shauna has rolled the only 300 on the women's side so far. That was back on day number 1. And over on 45 and 46, we have Haley Connolly, Jacqueline Peters, Brianna McLeod, and Jenna Hedgepath. And now we'd like to welcome back to Bowl TV. He's been in the booth, he's been on the lanes. Heck, he wore a leprechaun shirt. He's Brian Manna.
Hey, Aaron, thanks a bunch, I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, sir. We appreciate you stopping by once again. It's always great to see you and see you out there competing. And you had a lot of fun on this 39-foot condition earlier today.
Oh man, were they tough! I can't even describe it. I mean, they were so tough. We had a lot of urethane going down the lane early and right, and it really made the lane super squirrely. 33 mils, a lot of mils. It's a lot for urethane to go down the lane, in my opinion. But there were a lot of guys with some big hands who decided to play right and throw urethane, and it got very, very difficult as the block went on. I think there were only 24 people even or better today. So that will tell you just exactly how tough they were in the field that we have on the men's side.
And that was a thing where really didn't hear as much chatter about this pattern basically until today. We heard a lot of people talking about the day 2 pattern that was on the opposite end with 18 mils,
Correct.
and kind of sounded for a lot of folks that was going to be the tough one. But scores clearly proved it that this was a big time challenge, especially by the end. They got pretty dirty on our feature pair.
Yeah, they got very nasty across the entire house. Day 2 was very tough too. I mean, I think there were only 33 people even or better on day 2, or 32 people because I think I was 33rd. They were really nasty on day 2, but not even close to how crazy they got today. And they got nasty early. They were nasty by game 3 today. Day 2, it took until end of game 4, beginning of game 5 before they really got crazy. Today they were getting crazy by the end of game 2, and it was really, really rough. Kudos to John Janowitz and some of the other guys who, I think one of the Tang brothers as well, who bowled great. I mean, and I think Adam Glickman bowled pretty well today as well. I was next to him all day, and I think he finished about 50 over. And they were tough. I don't know how else to describe how tough they were.
Tough is a good word, and it was a moment where I was very glad I was back here and not out there. So I was, I didn't want any part of that because I would have looked really bad on that. So,
well, it made a lot of people look really bad. Oh, rough break there for Haley. Very good shot on lane 45. Yeah, they were, yeah. Fun with a capital F, let's call it that. But overall, it was a good experience. This is my second year doing it. So last year I was very sick. This year I was a little healthier, and it was fun. I was finally able to have a little fun this week. I'm sore, mentally, physically, my legs, my hand. I bowl about 5 games a month, so for me, 30-plus games in a 5-day span is a little rough. But it was fun, and you know, based on where I finished, I think I'll come out and compete again next year and see if I can improve it a little bit more. But again, I had fun, so that's
important. And,
yeah,
and that's a thing for kind of the uniqueness of this event, where you got players of basically different levels. You know, high school, collegiate. We have the professional ranks. We have the maybe slightly out of college ranks like you.
Slightly. Good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Technically, I fall into the same category now, so especially with a bunch of these kids out here. But
yeah, you have a lot darker hair than I do.
But definitely one of the unique aspects of this event is seeing everyone kind of get to cross like that and get to compete together. Wow, tough break there for Isabella. Throws the 2 right around the 10. But I'm glad the fun's out there too, because it's not only that, but it's a learning experience. It's tough. It's meant to be tough. But having a little fun out there, you know, obviously get to kind of see the next generation compete as well, and kind of see what the future of the Team USA program is going to look like. Pretty cool too.
Yeah, very cool. Some of these kids are just outstanding. They have a couple of 15 and 16-year-olds in the field this week. Cameron Hurwitz is one of them. He's just going to be an absolutely phenomenal bowler. I can't wait to see what happens over the next couple of years between Team Masters and Junior Gold, and I'm sure he'll be at trials again next year. He's just a phenomenal little player, and I think he's going to really shape the future of the sport for the junior bowlers as we come through. And we had a couple of automatic spots given out today from the juniors. I know Sean Wilcox got one. He bowled great all week. A little struggle today, but he had a couple of days, day 3 and 4, I think, where he was almost 500 over combined.
He struck a lot.
Yeah, I think he shot 290 on the live pair, either yesterday or the day before.
He did, yep.
He's a phenomenal player, and he's finally getting his youth spot, and he deserves it. And I hope they pick him for adult team as well, because he bowled great all week, and I think he really deserves it. And I think Nathan Stugler was another automatic spot. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And Solomon Salama, who, wow, talk about a young kid that can throw the ball. This kid can strike from anywhere on the lane, and it's great to see him get his auto spot. I think he got the adult auto spot as well, if I'm not mistaken.
He did. He finished, he held on to the 4th spot.
Yeah.
He had some struggles today, and it got pretty close. I'm not sure when when you finished up, if you got to watch any of the action, I know they were the last ones done
Yeah.
over here.
Yeah, I did get to watch JJ throw his last couple of shots.
But Solomon, stepping up in the 10th, had the possibility of actually falling out. Yeah, you know, speculation-wise, you kind of look to see where it's tough to accurately gauge because there's just so many players in the field and you can jump up and down so much. But there was a chance if Solomon ended up throwing the last 4 to get to 176.
Wow.
So things were not going his way, and he had split every time, or excuse me, he had split the first 3 times on 44, and he nearly 6-8'd on his shot in the 8th frame. And that was the lane he had to step up and throw the big shots on, and he was able to do it, and it was very impressive for a young man who turned 16 last month.
Right. Yeah, just turned 16. Like I said, he can strike from anywhere, and that just shows you how good that kid is. And I'm glad he's able to get his spots on the team, and he's going to be great for Team USA this coming year. And congratulations to one of my very, very good friends, John Janowitz, for just running the field over this week. I mean, man, that guy, he's just good. He's just good, and I'm sure everybody out there in Bowl TV land knows who he is and has seen him bowl either on TV or in person. And man, it was just so great to see him come out and compete and bowl so well this week. And much congratulations to him, and hopefully he can take it all the way in the step ladder as well.
Yeah, Double J was, you know, someone I've known a long time through this job, and I've gotten to know, respect to the moon and back. And I know how disappointed he was not to make the team the last 2 years.
Yes.
And because John, one of the hardest working guys out there, is just so meticulous, so dedicated. And to really see him put together the week like he did, especially today, like he came in with a small lead, and as soon as the pattern started to look as tough as it was for you guys, I felt very comfortable about Double J taking home the win today, just because of that experience level. We talked a lot on the live stream about there's definitely a youth movement this week, especially on the men's side, especially with many of the top pros out. That a lot of the youth players really showed a lot to us this week. But that veteran feel, that, you know, John's seen everything, he's done everything, and the tougher they got, it seemed the better he got.
Yeah, and that's just, as you said, it's just a tip of the hat to how hard he works and how well he knows the game, the sport, the equipment, the conditions. The man is a true meticulous player who takes his notes, and we were talking about this during day 1 or day 2 when I was in the booth, about writing notes and having a notebook down there, and Double J does that, and he's one of the first people I've ever seen do that, but he does it, and he has notebooks full of every pair, every house he's ever bowled in. The man is tremendous, and his experience definitely shined through this week, and couldn't happen to a nicer guy. He's one of the nicest people I know. He's one of the greatest ambassadors of the game, and I'm glad to see he's back on the team. He's going to do wonders for some of the kids to be able to mentor them and kind of guide them through this next year, and I know he'll enjoy doing that, and I know they will look up to him, so it'll be great.
And JJ, one of those guys where I feel that, you know, we really haven't talked about this too much. I know he's thrown big shots in the past before. A few years back at the National Bowling Stadium, throwing all 3 in the 10th to set the then team record at the Open Championships. And I feel JJ is a guy who just gets so locked in, he really doesn't pay attention to scores, or he's just focused on what he's doing and wants to perform the best he can every time. And something that I kind of chuckled at, but at the same time I enjoyed seeing so much was in his 10th frame, everything's already wrapped up. Basically everyone in the building knows it. And he throws his second shot of the 10th. It wasn't his best shot. And he comes back on the approach, and he just had to look. I can't believe I threw that one that bad. He was still thinking about how he could have made that shot better.
Yeah.
And that's something that, you know, that's something you learn over the years, that just to be that much of a tactician, to be that dedicated to your craft, to be that precise and know exactly in that moment. Yeah. And it's like, you know, on here we're calling it a victory lap. For him, Can't believe I threw that one that bad. Come
Yeah,
on.
it's one of JJ's 400 faces that he makes coming off the lane. You never know whether he's shooting 180 or 300. But like you said, he's got that constant focus. I'm sure he knew that he had it wrapped up, but that's not going to stop him from 100% concentration 100% of the time, and always wanting to throw that perfect shot or as near a perfect shot as he can. If there's anybody that can do it, it certainly is him. I've seen him step up and throw strikes, and like you said at the USBC tournament, to set the record, he threw 3 tremendous shots in the 10th frame to do that, and we all know that condition is not very easy. So he's wow, another 710 for Haley there. It's 2 in 5 frames. See if she can get back on track here. Yeah, I mean, he's tremendous. He's just tremendous. And like I said, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. The youth that are coming in this year will get a great role model and a great mentor. And I think Team USA is going to bring home a lot of medals this coming year.
Absolutely. Brian Mano joining us here in the booth, 3-time All-American for Indiana University and competitor this week. So Brian, over the course of 5 days, a lot of games. Not even sure where I want to go with this, but what
Nice shot by Haley there. That's 4 back from her. Some very good shots she's throwing on 43 and 44.
And we know Haley's got some support in the chat room as well. A few folks chiming in. She's putting on a show here in the early going, game number 2. But over the course of this type of event, different games, different parts of the house, different oil patterns, different crosses, different volumes of oil, all that combined. For those of the folks who are listening in right now, talk about the challenge of the week and why it's good to come out here and test yourself at Team USA Trials.
Listen, if you want to know where you stand against the best in the world, this is the tournament you come to bowl. If you want to go to the Masters and bowl a match play tournament, I get it. It's one pattern, it's match play, anything can happen. Does it really determine who you are as a bowler? Not so much. Coming out here and bowling on 5 different patterns across 70 lanes, of which you probably hit more than half of them during your 5 days, and competing against some of the best youth, some of the best amateurs, and some really good professional bowlers, you are really coming out and trying to do your best, and you're really going to get a gauge of who you are as a player and what you need to work on. And it doesn't matter how good or bad you are, you will learn something. Bowling against these people is an eye-opener for a lot of people, but it's a good one because it allows you to learn something, improve it for the following year, and come out and do it again. I bowled a lot of stuff over the course of my career, but nothing ever like this. And last year was my first year, and I finished, I don't know, 90-something. I didn't bowl well. But I learned that I needed different surfaces and different bowling balls, so I came out here with a different approach this year and finished 46th or 45th, something like that, and 30-something without the pros and the amateurs. And I was happy with that. I don't come out here to win, which I know sounds weird, but I don't bowl enough and I don't practice enough to truly win one of these tournaments. But I do come out here to see where I can improve my game and what I can take back with me when I go home and say, okay, this is what I need to work on for the following year, and get ready for USBC tournament and get ready for some of the local tournaments I bowl. So it's a learning experience, and I think no matter who you are, it's a good learning experience. And if you're a youth bowler, it is a tremendous experience because you get to come out here and bowl against your idols. I know some of these girls, one of the girls out here told me that Kelly Kulik was her idol growing up. Great. Now you get to come out here and bowl with her or bowl against her and maybe even be on the same pair as her. And that's a treat for some of these kids, and I think it's great. And then hopefully you can learn something. You know, Kelly is the female version of Double J. You know, super nice, great player, great ambassador for the game, always talking to the kids and helping them out. She's a great mentor, and these kids like that, and it helps them. So I think it's a great experience. It's mentally and physically exhausting, no doubt about that. But you need that, especially if some of these kids are going to bowl junior gold. Conceptually, junior gold is the same thing. Just competition isn't quite as good as it is here, but it is mentally and physically exhausting, just like this is, and it's a good experience and a good preparation for some of these kids. Nice shot there.
Some great insight there, Brian. Looks like we got some scores ready to post in just a moment here. Kind of see what the scoring pace looks like after game number 1 on this challenging 39-foot condition. Let's take a quick look here before we post online. Perks of being in the booth, you get to see the standings first.
All right, I like that.
So let's look at the daily standings here.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't Brianna to win her 257.
257 is the number. Brianna Clemmer picking up where she left off yesterday after a massive block.
Wow, did she bowl good yesterday?
It's one of those things where until you see it, like, I guess you put everything together, and then, like, she out-averaged the next closest player by 20 pins yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's a ton out here.
Yeah, and I got to watch her yesterday for quite a few of the games, and it was unbelievable. First of all, how much her game has progressed from last year to this year. It's the best I've ever seen her throw the ball. It's the best her game has ever been, in my opinion, at least from a look standpoint. And she just was zoned in, and she couldn't miss. And I saw a little bit of her first game today, and it was a little bit of a bad break on one shot, or she would have shot 79. So she's locked in, and I expect her to go 200 over again today if that look holds up.
That would also mean if she's near the top of the standings, more than likely her first spot on the adult team. And she's been on the junior team for 5 years, but I believe she has aged out of the program, so only one place to go after that.
Yep, right up to the adults, and she absolutely deserves it this year. Absolutely 100% deserves it. She's both great. She's throwing the ball great. So hopefully she can hang on and kind of push through the next few games.
Sitting in second place is Cassidy Corey, 246. Shannon O'Keefe bouncing back after some struggles yesterday, 235. She's tied with Allie Ijams. Fifth place, Adele Warner and Angelique Dale Sarando, both at 223. Ariana Campbell, 222. Abby Ragsdale, 221s, as is Jackie Evans. And Jaleesa Johnson rounds out the top 10, 219. So let's see how many players are plus here.
And I saw a little bit of Shannon's game too. Shannon's playing quite a bit further right than everybody else, which is not really surprising. She likes to play right on some of these patterns. She had an unfortunate open in the 10th. That game could have been a bit higher. It'll be interesting to see how that line holds up for her. I know for the men it did not, so it'll be very interesting to see how long Shannon can stay right and get a consistent reaction.
So there's our top 10 so far through one. Let's see how that affects the overall standings. Once again, for the folks at home, this is going to fluctuate quite a bit throughout the course of the block, but that at the current moment, Brianna Clemmer, the overall leader with 57 points. Kelly Kulik with 69 points. Caitlin Johnson makes a big jump at into third, 106. Stephanie Johnson, 126. Shannon O'Keefe, 128. So we had some folks ahead struggle quite a bit that first game. So let's see, Julia Bond further back now. Josie Barnes, Missy Parkin was in the top 3. Missy's sitting 124th after game 1. So some struggles in game 1.
Yeah. You see Taylor down there at 15th as well. She was sitting up in the top 3 or 4, I believe, before the block started. She had a little bit of a struggle in game 1 as well. It'll be very interesting. It's going to be an interesting battle between Brianna and Kelly today. I think Caitlin Caitlin's going to have to win or come in second, I think, to jump either one of those two. I really think it's going to be Brianna and Kelly in a 1-2 battle all the way down. But both of them pretty much have their spots locked up for the team this year. And again, both well deserved.
Of course, a big day for Kelly Kulik already. We announced the Hall of Fame for superior performance. Those three folks, and Kelly being one of those.
Yeah.
So going to be a USBC Hall of Famer in 2019. So
great. Yeah, so great. I mean, she's done so much over her career. She, like I said earlier, is just a phenomenal player and a great ambassador for the game. And nobody more deserving than her. I'm really glad she got elected this year to get into the Hall of Fame.
Kelly, along with Chris Barnes and Mika, to join 4 others into the ceremony in April as part of the USBC convention. But when we look at where some of those players fell in the standings, the good thing about it is they were so good over the first 4 days that they're a good game away from quickly gaining a lot of those points back. So that's the unique part. That's the fun part. In total pinfall events, you kind of already know. Okay, if so and so shoots X, then the other person needs to shoot this, and it's just so fun.
Yeah, it's a nice, unique format. I like the way they do it. Like you said, everything changes so rapidly from game to game. It makes it very interesting, and you really have to wait. You know, it's a waiting game. There's nothing ever that's completely locked up unless you have a huge lead. But no lead is insurmountable when you're bowling this type of format across 5 days with 5 relatively difficult patterns.
And that's one of the things looking, especially on the men's side this year, that is probably the most interesting race since I've kind of started covering this event. In some previous years, 2 years ago, Jacob kind of ran away with it by the time we got to the last day. You know, it was one of those things where he just needed to finish like in the top 20. So nothing too crazy. And that was, you know, if the other person had to win to essentially force that. And last year it was the Kyle Troop and AJ Johnson show. It was just a matter of which one of them was going to claim the title. But this year it was, you know, even kind of going into the last game, you still, you know, JJ would have had some struggles. Wesley would have got off to a strong start. You never know. But the way it looks this year, Kelly needs to find her way to 13th place, and then she guarantees herself the Team Trials title. So you would think over the course of 6 games that Kelly's going to at least put herself in position to make a run at that, but that's why we have the cameras on. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, it is fun to watch. In my opinion, one of the top 3 female shot makers around. So if there's a way for her to do it, she'll find a way.
Great shot there from Sierra.
Shasholka. I'm not going to butcher that name again.
There we go. Redemption for Brian. So you got an easy name. Mano.
Yeah.
Mano Smith.
Yeah, we're very easy. But the problem is people misspell my first name. So.
You're the one who got fancy and added the Y in there. So
that's my mom's fault, not mine. Good break there by Isabella. She tripped out the 6-pin just to leave the 4-7. See if Haley can redeem herself after that 9 dash in the 9th frame. She punches out for 192.
I really like Haley's game. We've caught her a few times here on the live stream pair. She is part of Brad Hagan's squad at Sam Houston State. So I think with Brad's tutelage, we're going to continue to see Haley improve at events like these.
Yeah, she's got a really nice game. A lot of these women out here have great games. Great games. I watched some of the younger, and of course her name escapes me. I think she's 14 or 15 years old. Martin is her last name.
Oh, Jillian Martin.
Yes. I was so overly impressed by her. The way she gets out of the ball and the way she's able to float it down the lane is just tremendously impressive. She's going to turn into one heck of a player. I foresee her making Team USA probably in either 2020 or 2021. I have no doubts that she'll improve her game enough to get on the squad.
Another great shot from Sierra. Makes it a double.
Very nice shot. Ball set up really nicely into the pocket. Nice cover there by Brianna.
See, you even got some recognition in the chat today, Brian, for getting the name right. So, John, Karen, thanks for tuning in and making sure we make the family name proud with our pronunciation. So,
thanks. Yeah, I really butchered it day one. Sorry, guys. Very nice shot there as well by Isabella.
shot there from Brianna, competing this week with her sister Amber in the field as well. It's pretty cool to see how much of a family sport and event this has become. There's been quite a few brother, sister, a few brothers, a few sisters competing over the course of this. So it's good to see that camaraderie amongst the family as well. It's a pretty fun thing. Even Tom Hess and his daughter out here this week. So
yeah, both next to Tom all day today. He built great this morning, and it was his daughter's first time out here, and we were chatting a little bit about her and how she's handling it. And you know, I give her great credit. She hasn't been bowling very long, and it's a great experience for her. And I hope she takes this and Tom helps her learn something from this, and then she comes back next year and improves.
John, that is a great point. Very, very nice in the chat. We just need practice, that's all.
Yeah, I needed a lot of practice with my bowling, Don. Thank you. At least for the 2 days that I was in the hundreds somewhere.
Well, he's just talking about the last name, so that's what we need to practice. We just need to get more reps in, so.
Well, if she throws another couple, I'll make sure I say it again. Bad break there by Sarah. It was a nice shot.
Sarah competes collegiately at Stephen F. Austin, another NCAA program with a pretty good contingent in the field this week. We saw that. We've actually seen quite a few of the top NCAA teams have a really full team out here this week. So
I think the Vanderbilt girls were out here, if I'm not mistaken.
There are a handful of Vanderbilt,
Yep.
McHenry, Arkansas State had 7 players in the field.
Wow.
And that's just a handful of them. So Sam Houston talked about Haley representing the Bearcats, and another team we tend to see out here pretty much every year. We kind of see that. We get to see a lot of the same college coaches. We mentioned Brad Hagan.
Yep.
We got Stephen Amber Lemke out here for Stephen F. Austin. Obviously, Josie Barnes competing, and also the associate head coach at Vanderbilt, John Williamson, out here for Vanderbilt. So a great collegiate presence as well, and an opportunity for them, too, to kind of see, as you talked about, these younger kids, the 14, 15-year-olds, Cameron Hurwitz, Jillian Martin. I mean, players with that talent, that young, there's college coaches probably already, based off of their particular NCAA restrictions. Don't want to get anyone in trouble saying they're doing anything that
Sure.
they're not. But just being able to see that kind of talents coming up, and wow, how can I find a way to have this player be a part of my program coming up? It's an exciting time.
Yeah, and I know they get to see them a lot at Junior Golds, but there's just hundreds and hundreds of kids competing there, so it's a little bit tougher, and they're competing on in conditions that are quite a bit different than team trial conditions. So I would encourage any coaches that if you really want to see some talent, come to team trials and watch these kids. It's a great way to kind of forecast the future of college bowling.
Setting up for the 10th frame here on 43 and 44. We already got a few folks ready to start on 45 and 46. Looks like we have Caitlin Rudy, Caitlin Orasek, Marissa Carey, Crystal Singh, and Kayla Ovesny.
Crystal Singh is down from my area in South Florida. Good young player. Struggling a little bit this week, a little more than I thought she would, to be honest. But good young player, really good game. Hopefully she comes back next year and improves upon what she's done.
I believe Crystal now attending Tulane University.
Yes.
No problem on the 3.610 for Haley. She can get to 220.
Which will put her plus for the first 2 games.
Plus is looking pretty good, at least from the kind of glancing around us as far as kind of trying to gauge some field average.
Yeah, it's setting up very similar to how our squad set up in the morning. There were very few people plus. It was actually the scores were a little bit higher in games 1 and 2. And they started going down in 3, 4, and 5. Less and less people plus as the clock went along. Nice game by Haley there, 220. Finishes +3 for her first 2 games. Maybe she can keep that going as she moves up the house. Sierra up on the 10th on lane 43, working on a 3-bagger. She can throw the next 3 for 214. Put her in a nice position at +22. Nice shot there. Very nice. Setup super nice. Last 4 she started all been very, very good.
Sierra, a product of Wichita State, joining the Great Shacker program with Mark Lewis and Gordon Vatican at the helm.
One of the best in the business, still around.
Both USBC Hall of Famers.
Yes. So I heard my outfit did not please too many people in the booth this week.
To be fair, I wouldn't say displeased. It underwhelmed. How about that?
It was muted today. I will say that. Frankly, I had white pants, but I was unable to wear them. So I had to go with the black pants. Go a little bit more traditional today.
Well, that's all right.
I was just so loud yesterday that I had to tone it down a little bit.
This is true, but yesterday was top-notch, too, I must say.
Yesterday was my favorite outfit, by far.
Now, I'm just going to throw out suggestions for next year.
Okay, I'm listening.
Hoping you come back. If you want to get a jersey and, you know, it has my face on it and Matt's face and Emil's face, you know, we're not opposed to that. We would be willing to lend our likeness to a Bride Mano jersey if need be.
I'll tell you what, if Bolify will make me a jersey with your 3 faces on it, I will wear it next year.
All right, it's on the air. This is happening. 203 for Sierra. Going to move up to +11. Isabella working on a double. I don't know what pants would go with that, though. That would be the only thing. So.
Might have to wear black pants with that. It depends what color I choose for the shirt. Now the question is, do you want your face on the front of the shirt or the back?
That's a good question.
Maybe you and Emil on the front and Matt on the back.
That's true. You have known Matt the longest out of us, so
sure.
I feel he should be
the one on TV most of the time.
Exactly. I think that'd be yes, that'd be. That would make me happy. So.
Well, like I said, if I can get it done, I will come next year with that shirt. A little bit of a rough start here for Crystal. Maybe she can slide the 6 into the 7 here and pick this up.
fallen pins.
Yeah, some good games on lane 43 and 44 here. Trio of 200s. Everybody gets the plus. Sitting in good shape. It will definitely be interesting to see how this pattern breaks down for the women. See if it's a little bit different than the men. I think there are a few less mills for the women out here. I don't remember looking at the graph, but
that's correct. It's like 30.1 and change.
Okay, and I think we were 33 and a half, something like that. The men
33.55, I think.
It's considerably less urethane going down the lane for the women than there were for the men. So I think the pattern will set up a little bit nicer for them. Score should be a little bit higher for them as compared to us.
Yeah, the obviously you usually don't see the women's squads get as far left as we saw the guys get today. By the end, there were a few players not quite lofting gutter status, but
very close.
We're getting into between 6th and 7th arrow and trying to make that work.
Yeah, you'll see very few women get left of, let's say, 25. I mean, you'll see Kelly in there if she needs to be. Probably Liz, but not many. There aren't going to be many that get left of 20, 25. So it'll be interesting to see if they move right and try to catch some oil, or if they just move left and get something a little bit weaker through the front. Smoother through the front and something that'll finish a little bit harder in the back. There's very little room out there, though. It was, and again, I don't know if it was because of the urethane going down the lane for the men, but there was not much room at break point for us. If you missed a little bit in, you were through the face. You missed a little bit right, and you were washing out, and that was really tough. And again, I think I credit that for urethane going down the lane early and right. I think it's going to open up a little bit more for the women. We were already seeing that with Brianna's first game, and we'll see how she fares in game 2 as she moves about the house. They were also getting a lot tighter for the men as we moved up the house, so that'll probably play in for the women as well. It was kind of a common theme this week. High end of the house was a little bit tighter than the low end. Low end, you had a little bit more room, a little bit more bounce. So we'll see how that plays in.
All right, looks like we are all set for game number 3 here. April McDonald, Elizabeth Ross, Madison Keller, and Hannah Trisky. We had Haley last game. We'll see if Hannah can find the same success. Haley got to 220 last game. Already started on a 45 and 46. Mr. Mano, care to stay for one more?
Yeah, absolutely.
All righty. Brian Mano joining us in the booth here on Bull TV for the final round of women's competition. This is game 3 of 6. The 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. Now, Brian, when people, will look back at the men's squad and you see 33 mils of oil, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Other than, wow, that's a lot of mils.
That is the first thing that comes to my mind. It depends. It depends on the shape of the pattern. So 33 mils to me means I'm going to have a bigger ball in my hand. I don't have the rev rate these guys do. 33 mils, it was also 39 feet. So you have to take that into consideration as well. So for me, I'm going to look for a ball that starts up a little bit earlier. Even still at 39 feet, I need the ball to start up a little bit before the end of the pattern, because without the rev rate that these guys have, my ball's just going to push past the end of the pattern, and I don't want that. I need the ball to be able to read the end of the pattern, so I need something that's going to start up a little bit earlier. So I'm either going to go with something pinned down, or I'm going to go with something with a little bit more surface that's a little bit more mid-lane rolly and a little bit stronger. I chose Sherlock, and I chose to play right in game 1, and we set up the pair very nicely. Unfortunately, that wasn't there any other pair in the house, but we set up the pair very nicely. I was able to play 5-6. As you saw on the live stream, I was a little bit left of that, more like 12-10-ish. But I was able to use the Sherlock all day. I was able to find oil. I was able to float the ball through the fronts. I was able to read just before the end of the pattern and not push past the end of the pattern, and for me that's key. These other guys were guys with a little bit more hand than me, were angling the ball a little bit more. They weren't going as straight as I was. They were still using bigger balls. Like I bowled with Kevin all day. He was using a shore lock and a pretty dull halo at some point. But he has a little bit more hand, probably about 50 more RPMs than I do. And he was angling the ball a little bit more left to right. And he was able to get a little bit more room to the right, a little bit more bounce. But again, still a big ball. He doesn't quite have the rev rate some of these other guys do. Then I looked at Tom, who was to my left, Tom Hess, and he was left immediately with something a little bit more midline, let's say, not quite as aggressive. Still had surface, but it wasn't quite as an aggressive core as what we were throwing, and he was able to, with his rev rate, get the ball to the end of the pattern to read, not necessarily needing it to read in the mid lane as much. So it depends on your rev rate, it depends on the length of your pattern, the shape of the pattern. But there were some guys, two-handers, who were playing 5 with urethane. And that's, I don't think that's necessary on 33 mils. I think they could have probably managed without it. And it certainly made for some nasty games in 3, 4, 5, and 6. But hey, that's our sport, I mean, you have to, whoever you are, you have to get to the pocket as best as you can and as best as you know how. And if that's your thing when everybody else isn't, good for you. You need to do that. You need to score. You're not out here to make everybody else happy. You're out here to win the tournament. So you do whatever you need to do to make sure that gets done. And it's, again, unfortunately, made it a little bit crazy for the last few games. But hey, that's our sport. And the good players, the really good players, will find a way to score and get to the top of the leaderboard. And if you look at the top 20 to 30 names, you're going to see a lot of very good bowlers from today in that top 20, 30. And those guys found a way to get to the top.
And that's really, when you look at the aspect of the end goal of making Team USA for the year, or Junior Team USA, yeah, that versatility is so key. And that was one of the things that, the tournament staff, the coaching staff, kind of everyone got together and kind of looked at how team trials was in the past, in which, I mean, it wasn't bad before or anything like that. But they saw an opportunity to kind of gauge consistency over, in the past, the format was, it was still 5 days, 9 games though per day. It was a total pinfall event.
Right.
So essentially, someone could be really strong on, say, short patterns and then struggle on long patterns, but they do so well on short patterns that they're still right there in the mix. So I think this is basically a great equalizer to prove in those situations who can be the most consistent, who can find a way to work through these 6-game mini sprints, if you will, in the grand scheme of the marathon, and really helps to not only round out the team, but what you talked about a little bit earlier when kind of encouraging new folks to try this event out is you really get to test yourself too.
Nice shot there by Caitlin. It's front 5 for her. It's a very great starter here on the live pair.
We've caught with today's unique crossing, as you said, you didn't expect to hit the live stream pair today. But this is, I believe, a third opportunity for us to see all these players. So this is pretty cool to kind of see them progress and kind of see strengths and weaknesses across different patterns.
Yeah.
And right now, Caitlin is finding the groove.
Yeah, she's minus 24 for her first 2 games, which by no means is anything to be upset about. I mean, that's pretty solid for her first 2 games. And she can throw a few more here. She can get well into the plus and be right in the mix. And if you notice, she came back after that 5th strike and wrote something down in her notebook. I don't know what she wrote, but again, she's keeping notes, and hopefully, if we're back in the center next year or the year following, she'll have that notebook with her, and she'll understand. Hey, I remember when I was on this pair, and this is how it reacted. It's a great tool to have.
As soon as we get an update after 2, we will let you know. Of course, you can follow the live scoring by visiting the description area below the video. Got a lot of great stuff available. We're talking a little bit about oil patterns as well. Great shot there by Madison, and we see her, we see Marissa already kind of making the move left.
Yeah. Marissa's quite a bit deeper, I believe, than Madison is, but Marissa's got quite a bit more hand as well. All right, let's see if Crystal can get on the board here. First 5 frames, a little bit rough. Hopefully she can find a way to the pocket.
That is 5 splits up there so far, so that is not fun.
No, that's not a capital F. Hey, there we go. Looks like she's, I want to say she's throwing a black hammer, but I can't be positive, or maybe a pitch black. She's storm, but it looked like she's just kind of firing at the head pin and hoping to knock some pins down. I get that. It's very frustrating out here when you're unable to find anything that gets you close to the pocket. It's very frustrating.
Saw that towards, especially in that 6th game, and Matt Farber was fighting that last pair so much, trying to find a look, and I mean, different balls, you know, his very first shot, he laid down really early, and it hooked early, and he made the adjustment after that to you know, get the ball a little bit further down the lane, then went too far down the lane, and it was just it was one of those games where you just kind of left shaking your head, but he was executing every shot to, you know, 110% on every shot, and that was, you know, something you take away in those moments where, you know, frustration certainly can set in.
Sure, absolutely.
But on that final shot, though, he's like, well, I'm just had enough of this pair. I'm going to throw my plastic ball. Of course, that one struck.
Of course, that's the way that works. And I get it. You know, like I was saying earlier, they started getting really nasty in game 3-ish. By the time you got to game 6, if you weren't on point, both through the arrows and at your break point with what you were looking at, you probably weren't striking. A little bit wide there by Caitlin. Good run though. Hopefully she can pick up the spare.
Quick question in the chat. Looks like Karine already answered it, but the Team USA picks final ceremony is going to be live streamed, and yes, they are. We're going to keep the cameras rolling after the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals. We already know the 3 on the men's side. Our first match will feature a pair of two-handed lefties, Wesley Lowe and Solomon Salam. And the winner will take on Double J, our Team Trials champion, John Janowitz.
It'll be interesting because Wesley gets to pick the pattern for his match against Solomon. And Wesley bowled really well on, I think, 3 of the patterns and pretty well on the other 2. I don't think today was one of his better pattern days, but it was also Solomon's worst pattern day, I believe. So it'll be interesting to see if Wesley goes with the, I think I could beat him on his worst pattern, or I think I need to be on my best pattern. So it'll be interesting. It's a little bit of a psychological cat and mouse game there to see which pattern Wesley chooses.
And I think that's such a great point because they also got to cross today too. So, you know, we just got to see it here on Bowl TV at Game 6. We didn't get to see necessarily what both players had on the fresh. We could see what their live score, and you could see the scoreboard and go from there. But yeah, definitely an interesting question if you go on the offensive and go with your best pattern, or if you'd like to try and handcuff your opponent. It's definitely tough. If you were in that position, would you rather play to your strengths, or if you think you could beat your opponent on pattern A, B, C, D, or E, would you rather go that route?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Wesley, I go with today's pattern. I think with, again, putting myself in Wesley's shoes, with my experience and my ability to make shots and my understanding of patterns, Wesley's is probably a little bit more knowledgeable than Solomon. Not to take anything away from him, of course, but Wesley's been around the block a few times, and I think I go with the psychological approach and say, I know when push comes to shove, I can make the shot better than he can. And I'm going to go with the pattern I know he can struggle on, because if you're getting into a strike fest between the two of them, who knows what can happen. But if you get into a shot-making contest, I think Wesley probably comes out on top there. So it'll be interesting to see what he ultimately chooses and where his comfortability lies. But like you said, they crossed today, so Wesley will have an understanding of whether Solomon struggled on fresh, whether Wesley had a good enough shot on fresh. So it'll be very interesting.
Of course, that'll all start 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 local time, approximate start times. We'll see how everything shapes out here with our women's final block. We'll make sure everything's ready to go for that. We got some scores coming as well, so we'll get those loaded in just a minute. Give you a quick rundown. Let's look at the daily standings first. And after two, Brianna Clemmer continues to lead. After 257, she added 237. She's at 494.
She's got a tremendous look out there.
Brianna Layan, 462. Jackie Evans, 456. Carolyn Thieser, 447. Patricia Rosales, 439. Cassidy Corey is at 422. Crystal Elliott, 421. Casey Eaton, 420. Tiffany Clark, 418. And then Angelica Anthony and Amanda Najokas at 415.
And you'll notice what name is not in the top 10, and that's Kelly. So I'm guessing Brianna lengthened her lead in the overalls over Kelly.
Well, here's the interesting thing looking at this, Brian, is we don't have a single PWBA player in the top 14.
I see that. You have to go all the way down to Shannon at 16.
Or 15, excuse me, yes. Shannon in 16th place at plus 10. Sydney Brummett at plus 6. There's Kelly, plus 3, along with Liz Culkin. So not too far back. Definitely as close as those scores all are. One big game can definitely mix it up. But
yeah, one big game jump 10, 15 places easily.
And Kelly's been steady. 202, 201, so she's not...
nice pickup by Crystal. Yeah, Kelly's been steady all week. She's had a couple of games early on where a couple of days early on where she's had a couple of mediocre to solid first couple of games, and then as the block went on, she just got better and better and better, and her scores went higher and higher, and that's, again, the veteran in her and the phenomenal shot maker in her. So I look for her scores to improve as the block goes on, and as they get potentially a little nastier, I think Kelly's scores you'll see them start to improve a little bit.
When we do look at the overall standings, Brianna at 57 points, Kelly at 68. Then we got some shakeup here. Julia Bond moves into the top 3 with 86 ranking points. Sydney Brummett, 88. Liz Culkin, 100. Caitlin Johnson, 110. Shannon Pluhowski, 128. Brenda Padilla, 140. Adele Warner, 144, as is Kayla Hicks. So
got a little tighter.
It
got a little tighter. 3 and 4 and 5 all got a little bit tighter. So now we have a little bit of a race. It's a race to catch Brianna.
Very much so. This is, yes, this is turning out very, very well. And all this with a few players further back in the standings. So once again, points can swing back and forth just like that. Josie Barnes is in 92nd for the day right now, so obviously she can come back. Jordan Richard in 84th, Taylor Davis in 92nd as well, Brianna Cote in the 107th, Taylor Boltice 83rd place. So,
and you have Lauren Payton 57th, and she's not so far behind either. A little bit of a jump for her. Some really good bowlers in those top 15 and 20.
absolutely.
Really good bowlers. We have Caitlin Orsick working on 276 here on the live pair. One errant frame in the 6th. Everything else has been really solid. Broke up the split.
See if we can take a quick look at some live scoring here, see where folks are sitting. Kelly Kulik, 197 in game 3. As mentioned in the chat, Brianna, 722. Josie Barnes just shot 257, so she's going to skyrocket up.
She is going to skyrocket.
She's now at 605, so +5. Same could be said for Missy Parkin. She's going to be in the 2 teens. So she's going to cover some ground there, catch up a little bit. So
Brianna 228. Yeah, so 722 for Brianna. Off to a hot start again. Looks like Caitlin's faltering a little bit. She punches out for 189.
A few other pairs a little bit further behind, but definitely wasting no time there on 7 and 8. Missy adds another strike, so she'll be at 218 with one more. So be just gaining those points back.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to get even tighter after game 3.
Oh, trip it 2 there, Hannah.
Nice break. Saw a lot of that this week. A lot of very unconventional striking this week. Oh, very nice shot there by Marissa. She's already left the 4th arrow.
Marissa competes at Indiana Tech.
Looks like Crystal was able to put a few marks together. Kind of saved the game a little bit here.
So Brian, for you, after the conclusion of this event, you said you usually bowl 5 games a month. So when is the next time you're going to bowl 5 games?
The next time will be the end of January, our monthly sweeper. The last Saturday of every month on Cheetah. So it'll be a nice change to be able to throw the ball right and just watch it free hook for a little while. But I'm definitely going to take a few weeks off before starting my prep for USBC in May. We'll be out here the 18th through the 23rd, I believe. We've got a great team again, bowling with Matt McNeil and company. And congrats to Matt on his job with Storm. I know it was a dream job for him. So I'm glad he was able to catch his dream job there and be out on tour repping the guys and being the brand ambassador for Storm. It's a great pickup for them, and I know it's a great honor for him. So looking forward to getting back out here in May and bowling USBC. I'm also looking forward to a few weeks off before I have to pick up a bowling ball again.
Nothing wrong with that.
No. Already starting to see the ball pick up a little bit early for the girls. Heads are starting to wear down a little bit. Some of these girls are going to have to start getting left or balling down. We already saw Marissa make a big jump left with something a little bit weaker. So it's already starting to get a little bit nasty.
Madison takes care of the single pin. It stays clean here through 9 frames. Hannah looking to do the same, hopefully with a 3-bagger to lead into the 10th. It seemed like even clean games were tough today.
Yeah, they were.
They were few and far between, at least from what we saw throughout the course of the day.
No, they were super tough. It wasn't so much staying clean with the spares; it was avoiding the splits. And like I said, they were a little touchy. So if you got it in, you were running through the face, and if you got it a little right and you missed it a little bit at the bottom, then you were right. You know.
10th frame just about underway. We have Kristen on the books. Rough game there at 122. Caitlin Rudy can get to 183 with a strike on her fill ball. Kayla looking to get to 202. First things first, taking care of the 3-6. Caitlin and Kayla, teammates at Wichita State.
Caitlin has a chance to punch out for 254. Be a really nice game on this pair. This pair is extremely tough. 45 and 46 played very tough this week. They weren't the same, so that was the start. And played a little bit different than the rest of the house did. So it was a tough pair. I think Sean shot 290 on that pair.
He did, yes.
It was a heck of a game because they were pretty tough.
And he made that look way too easy when he did it too.
Yeah,
that was
he's so good. I mean, it's effortless, and it's fun to watch somebody that can bang on the ball that hard and do it so easily and effortlessly. He's such a great player. I've been watching him for years, and I watched him, since he's 15 years old. And he was a good player back then, but he's matured and learned so much over the past few years that he's just, man, he's good. It doesn't matter what ball you put in his hand. He doesn't care. Give him a ball, tell him where to throw it, and he's going to throw it, and he's going to score. He's going to outscore a lot of people. And when he is lined in, there aren't many people in this building that can beat him. So it's a pleasure to watch. I kind of hate when he comes down to our local tournament. Between him and JJ, we're bowling for third every time.
Yeah, Sean, an impressive week. And yeah, just one of those games where it's something we touched on a few times over the course of the broadcast this week. And you get to see a lot of players, a lot of different styles, but there's a particular body style that seems to be kind of coming into play nowadays that Sean kind of fits that typical mold of just someone with, long arms and, when we get into basketball terms, has a huge wingspan.
Yeah.
But it's becoming such an advantage in the sport to be able, for when you can kind of harness all that, and then you turn it into, like you said, that effortless power. And Sean is just a perfect example of that it's all so powerful, but it's also easy at the same time.
Yeah, we are not a tall man's sport. It's a little bit difficult when you're 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", to be able to get the right body posture and not be too far down and not stand too far up. So, I think it's even more difficult when you're Sean's height to be able to find that right balance of the knee bend and the tilt from your upper body, and he's managed to do that and do it very well. Nice game by Caitlin there, 243. That puts her plus 19.
Definitely a big jump there. Marissa will close things out on 45 and 46. Chance to get to 192.
Looks like she's throwing an idle pearl, I think. And she's already up against the ball return, and we're in game 2. So it'll be very interesting to see what she's able to do from here forward, and if she falls down and how far left she gets. I mean, she gets a mid full. That's for sure. She gets more on it than most of the guys do. That was a great shot too. That is an idle pearl. Good ball. Saw a lot of those going down the lane this week.
Liz Ross will look to get to 160 with the spare conversion. Hannah 195. Strike on her fill ball.
That's another good shot. Oh, wow. That read way early. She must have got that a little bit in. Still, struck. Saves the game for 192 with another one after a little bit of a rough start. So that'll keep her right in the mix.
Gonna try one more ball here. As is Elizabeth. Gonna go to the bag. Try to find something to move forward.
Looks like, can't really tell. I think Larissa took out a halo.
I think that's what that was.
Is that a halo? Looks like a little bit of a smoother reaction down lane. It's good ball choice. It's good ball change, actually. I wonder if she'll carry that over to the next game. Ido's a little bit flippy. As these get a little nastier, you don't really want something that's going to flip too hard. So if that halo's a little bit smoother for her, that'll be a nice choice for her down the road. And this should be a little bit tighter as she moves. I think her next pair is 58. They move 12, so it should be a little bit tighter up there for her. Oh, and a nice little lucky strike by Elizabeth, finishing out for 160.
All right, that's going to do it for game number 3. We're cruising right along here during the final round of qualifying for women's competition at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials. Since we have a minute or two here, we're going to take a quick break as we prepare for game number 4. But Mr. Brian Mano, I'd like to thank you for partying with us here for a little
Aaron,
bit.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. We definitely look forward to your jersey selections next year.
I can't wait. I'm going to get on the phone with Mr. Vasquez right now. See if we can get a jersey made.
I have plenty of awkward photos of Matt that you could put.
I will need them.
But Brian, we certainly appreciate the insight, breaking some things down for us as a competitor this week and what you're seeing out there on the lane. So we appreciate it, and best of luck to you down the road. Hopefully very strong Open Championships in a few months right here in Las Vegas for you. And until next time, good friend.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. All right, folks, we are in game number 4 of our 6-game block, the final round of women's competition at the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr., Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, and Brant Houghton. We just had Brian Mano in the booth for the last 2 games. We appreciate Brian for stopping by, offering some great insight as a competitor this week. And all in all, just a very nice guy. Brian's a cool dude. If you ever meet him, be sure to say hi. Like, we're going to say hi to our competitors here in game number 4. Let's do some introductions on lanes 43 and 44. We have Kelly Abrahamson, Allie Ijams, Hannah Ford, and Samantha Gaynor. On 46, that was Madison Bailey delivering a powerful strike. She's joined by Paige Peters, Haley Carroll, and Brittany Myers. Once again, the big excitement here for this round will be game number 6. Although these competitors certainly have different ambitions of that, hoping to put together a strong performance to wrap up their 2019 event. But in game number 6, we will have our top 8 competitors entering the day right here on lanes of 43 through 46. As we get down to figuring out our Team Trials champion, our U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals, and of course a few of the automatic spots on Team USA and Junior Team USA in 2019. Shortly thereafter, we will turn the live stream off to get readjusted for the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals. We'll turn the cameras back on approximately 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 local time here in Las Vegas. After we have our stepladder matches, we figure out our tie list. We will introduce Team USA in 2019. And that's really, if I'm going to say you should watch something, all of it's good. Competition, the bowling. If you have to pick and choose, even though the introductions have no bowling whatsoever, it's a cool moment. It's something you'll want to see. If you don't catch it tonight, obviously we know it goes a little late. We highly encourage you to check it out in the archives. Great shot there from Samantha for 3 in a row. But it's all good. Hopefully, got a nice day of work in the books. It's already 5 o'clock here in Vegas, so but yes, it'll all be good, so hopefully continued coverage. Now that's past 5 p.m. here locally. We know everyone's getting ready to enjoy their time off of work. It's been Mondays are never fun, but hopefully Bowl TV makes it a little bit better. nice spare there by Kelsey Abrahamson. I may have said Kelly once or twice, so I apologize. The good thing is I have people watching for me and letting folks know, so that's good. We need all the help we can get here in the booth, so we certainly appreciate that. Because actually, the lady who came up to tell me that I had said Kelly by accident, told her I was more focused on saying the last name correct, that I messed up the first name, which is the easier of the two, so those things happen. But Kelsey, and not Kelly, welcome again to Bowl TV. See, that's what I need to do. I need to say her name correctly, and then she throws a great shot. I like it. Good question in the chat from David. Will they re-oil for the stepladder? And that's a very good and unique question. We were actually talking about it a little bit last game. Brian Manna was on here. Is 3 players advanced to the stepladder finals, and the top, or the higher seed, I should say, in each match gets to select one of the 5 patterns. So it becomes a bit of a strategy. So we know our 3 competitors on the men's side. So Wesley Lowe will be taking on Solomon Salama in the first match. So Wesley will get lane choice because he's the higher seed. Wow, I'm all over the place. We'll get to choose lane pattern as the higher seed. So will Wesley go with one of the patterns where he finished in the top 5, top 10? And he did that 3 times this week. Another nice shot from Madison for 3 in a row. Or will he potentially go with a pattern that Solomon may have struggled on? He got to bowl with Solomon all day today with our position round setup that we have going on here. So he got to see Solomon on today's 39-foot condition. Maybe Wesley's thinking, I saw what Solomon had. I can beat him on that today in one game. Maybe Wesley's thinking, I know I can strike a bunch on, say, this pattern. Let's go there. And so John Janowitz, the top seed on the men's side, will also have that opportunity. So that will be the key. So with the way that's going to work, we'll actually have lanes 41 and 42 and 45 and 46 going for the semifinals, then 43, 44, 47, 48. For the championship matches. So we have a little variety, but the lanes, essentially, the players will get to pick their lanes, or get to pick their patterns. The lanes will be oiled as such, and we'll go from there. And that's down to bowling. We do have some new standings, so we will get those to you in just a moment. Get them loaded up online so you can view them as well. All right. Score should be loading momentarily, but we'll go ahead and get you the rundown real quick. We'll look at the daily standings through 3 games as we go, and Brianna Clemmer continues to lead, 7:22 for her first 3. She's followed by Jacqueline Evans with 7:01, Patricia Rosales 6:71, Brianna Layan 6:53, Julia Bond 6:31, Angelica Anthony 6:28, Abby Ragsdale 6:20, Sydney Brummett 6:19, Shannon O'Keefe 6:19, Caitlin Orisic, we saw her last game shoot 2:43. She's now at 6:19. And we have a total of 21 players plus through 3 games. Brianna Clemmer is going to continue to lead. Still at 57 points. Kelly Kulick at 63, Julia Bond 74, Sydney Brummett 75. Josie Barnes, who had the big 257 in Game 3, moves up to 79 points. She jumped all the way to 14th place. Liz Culkin at 91 points, Jordan Richard at 95, Taylor Boltice 120, Brenda Padilla 131, Shannon O'Keefe 133. Your top 10 at the moment. For the U.S. Amateur, Brianna Clemmer 57 points. Sydney Brummett, wow. I'm going back and forth here. Julia Bond, 74 points, and right now holding on to the 3rd spot in the U.S. Amateur is Taylor Boltice with 120 points. First player out at the moment is Caitlin Johnson with 136 points. Both Caitlin and Taylor have some room to move up. Caitlin in 48th at the moment, Taylor in 51st. For the youth standings through 3, Caitlin Johnson leading the way. Taylor Davis. Actually, those two are very close. Caitlin Johnson at 136 points. Taylor Davis at 137. Both of them have plenty of room to move up. Adele Warner has already made Junior Team USA based off of her performance at Junior Gold, so she would not get an automatic selection since she's already on the team. Mabel Cummins would be 3rd with 148. Kayla Hicks 167. Next up, Carolyn Thieser, 186. So there's the rundown. Some good conversation going on in the chat. I think Kimberly made a good point about, potentially using today's pattern. Is we didn't get to see Wesley and Solomon on the fresh, so it might have been a different story. So a good call there. Chris asks, when's the next Bowl TV event? That's going to be in about 2 weeks, the 19th and the 20th, I believe. In Addison, Illinois, we will be at the Kegel ISBPA Midwest Classic. It's a Tier 1 event in the USBC collegiate schedule. Another good point. Yes, Brianna, it's been tough the past 2 days. Both the 41-foot pattern and today's 39-foot pattern. She averaged better than, or 20 pins better than the rest of the field, or at least second place in the field, so probably field average was probably close to 40 or 50 pins on the 41-foot pattern, but once again, this is best we can do is speculate. It's up to the bowlers to figure out their best line of attack. For the title match, though, for the top seed, they have to pick their pattern before they know who wins. So that is one caveat among all this. So you'd imagine it would be on the offensive. For John Janowitz, it really doesn't matter. He's not going to see any traffic with the pair of left-handers in the semifinal. Have to wait and see on the women's side, though. Brianna definitely looks on pace to secure a spot in tonight's amateur stepladder finals. Question about Faith Welch, where she's sitting at after 4. Here she's at 727, so that'd be minus 73. But yes, Don is correct. There are links below the stream, but Matthew, you know what, since you came out and said it, I can appreciate that now. Good way to beat the system. Although I don't know if I would have looked if you would have said that first, so that was a tactical move. Nice cover there by iJam. She can get to 204 with a strike. Kelsey, one strike in the 10th already, can add 2 more to get to 182. Paige Peters in the books, 192. Madison Bailey, 203. A former junior gold champion, was the very first U12 winner. The division debuted in 2014 in Buffalo. Brittany with a great shot. That's a double. One more gets her to 210. Haley Carroll still has 203 out there. Kelsey finishes with 172. Hannah can still get to 183. Samantha, working on a spare, has a max score of 221. For those folks talking about the start time tonight, once again, that is the approximate hopeful start time. It's 7:30, and the event isn't on quite yet. I promise we're close. We will have to see where we're sitting at the conclusion of this event. Kind of depends on the timing. It seems like we're bowling fairly quick, though. So I think 7:30 might be in play. Brittany Myers leads the way 209. Madison Bailey 203. Paige Peters 192. Haley Carroll 171. All in the books in Game 4 on 45 and 46. Make it a double for Samantha. One more gets her to 221. She's going to lead the way on our featured pairs here in game number 4. Max is questioning the chat for some updates, so we'll get those in just a sec. Once again, the U.S. amateur standings are in the description below the video. I believe to get all 3 players would be a little bit tough, with Brianna Clemmer and Julia Bond bowling so well, but that last spot definitely up for grabs between those 3 players. And Samantha finishes with 220, Hannah 169. Going to press the button and make it game 5, just like that. Let's take a look again. Once again, these scores will be through 3 games, so at the moment, Brianna is at 57 points, and she is the overall leader, so if she's able to have the lowest point total when it's all said and done, she'll also be Team Trials champion. Julia Bond's at 74, and then Taylor Boltice is at 120. But Taylor was in 51st place, so she has room to move up. Caitlin Johnson was at 136 points as the first player out, tied with Lauren Payton. Caitlin's in 48th, Lauren's in 44th, Taylor Davis with 137 points in 6th place, but she is in 66th place for the block, so a lot can happen there too. So that's, there's never a good time to be further back in the standings, but in this event, and if you're hanging around a number like this, it's not necessarily the worst thing, because one big game can catapult you up the standings just like that. Like an old Looney Tunes commercial, or TV show I should say, cartoon. Get some of the Acme brand stuff going. Game 5 underway now. 43 and 44, still waiting for our competitors on 45 and 46. Jackie Evans has been having a solid day. She's going to be sitting at plus 73 to start this game. Was the 2016 under-20 junior gold champion. She's joined by Sarah Gill, Ashley Dunn, and USBC Hall of Famer Team USA standout Lucy Sandlin. as we start game number 5. As soon as we have an update through 4, we will gladly let you know. Put them up online as well as Lucy. Gets the pins to crumble. And the only way to make this broadcast more explosive is to bring in the dynamic voice of Emil Williams Jr., my colleague at USBC and Lindenwood University Hall of Famer, class of 2018. What's up, guy?
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you feeling?
It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle. But I'm looking forward to tonight. Get through it and see some cool things, as you would say.
It is something I would say. Cool things. I like it. Cool things right now include the timeless style Hall of Famer Lucy Sandlin, a 3-time Senior Queens champion. She was also the first woman to win the World Cup for the United States.
It's interesting when you just kind of think back and just think about what that really means in the grand scheme. I believe 11 American women have won the World Cup. But to have the distinction and the honor of being the first is obviously something that, of course, never goes away. And so you just, every time I hear it, or every time we say it, it's really something. And then I know a couple times, at least once in our featured pair, which, you know, at least once this week, Lucy and Shannon O'Keefe crossed together. And so the first American woman to win, and the most recent American woman to win is pretty cool as well.
Very, very true. Well, Max, appreciate the kind words there. It was fun for us. Great bowling to you and the Weber International crew on capturing a pair of W's out there.
All good, Max. Appreciate that. Appreciate you guys making it fun.
Although I hope you guys are still giving Evan a hard time about that 296, though. So just
forgot about that. Oh.
I kid.
There could be video of that.
Well, there's definitely live stream coverage of it because it was on the featured pair.
That's also true. Never mind.
So we had it regardless, but.
Well, there could be a iPhone video of it.
Or even better, but like to joke. Got some cool kids there at Weber. Very good team as well. They're gonna cause some trouble. The ITCs later this year, I can definitely see that happen. So it looks like it still might be a while before we have some scores available through game 4. Still got a handful of pairs with We have 4s and 5s as far as amount of players on pairs this week, so got quite a few 5s still in the middle of this game. So there's some guy in the chat waving with a screen name Andrew Anderson,
Oh,
but because usually Andrew Anderson would like be in the booth with us right now at team trials. So I think that's something he's done the past few years, but he was out doing cool things. Bowling where we are usually at, so I think he's just trying to avoid us more than anything else. He's just thought we were cool, man. Come on. Of course, Andrew Anderson coming off a spectacular 2018 PBA Player of the Year, winning the USBC Masters, added another title, and currently is up for, I want to get the terminology right here. He is a finalist for the Team USA Awards Best of December, which recognizes the outstanding achievements of Team USA athletes during the month of September. So we have 900, give or take, folks watching right now. So what we need you to do is, I'm going to say a website. So I need you to type it down in your browser search category, like the kids call it nowadays. teamusa.org/awards. We also have it linked on our @USBC on Twitter page. It's on Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page a little bit earlier. So that page will will take you to the Best of December for 2018. You just got to scroll down a little bit and give you the option to vote now. I've already voted. I don't know if they'll let me in here again to see it, but you go down to Male Athlete of the Month. Then you'll find the big backswing of Andrew Anderson right there. And it will tell you that Andrew won 5 medals, including 1 gold, 3 silvers, and 1 bronze at his first World Championships in Hong Kong, rolling a 300 game during singles. And then you just got to select Andrew, and then you vote. Then he could potentially win Athlete of the Month. So hopefully everyone has a chance to check that out real quick. Just takes a quick minute or two. Help a good guy out in Andrew Anderson.
He is a good dude, isn't he?
It's from the Midwest, that's why.
All PBA Player of the Year and stuff. Hi, Yvonne. Well, Aaron.
Yes, Emil?
It's about the time at the men's squad where business started to pick up.
I'll have to save my best Jim Ross voice for a time in the near future, though. Still got some folks finishing up game number 4. So we're still patiently waiting for the latest scores, but the good folks at Brunswick can't get us those until everyone is finished with game 4, so. But yes, once we start having those numbers, start doing our calculations, our mathematicals and such, it's going to be a good time. Little Kelly Kulik make a run on the same day that she was elected into the USBC Hall of Fame. The same day she'll be able to win the Team USA trials. Will young standout Brianna Clemmer hold on to the top spot? A longtime junior Team USA member, looking for her first trip to the adult team. Who's going to make the US Amateur? Oh, Ashley, good shot. It's just mean.
It's a good shot, as we know.
Hashtag Team No 8-pin. We're going to be the top 4 for the juniors. Top 4 automatic spots. I think it's going to get a little wacky, as we had a lot of good players who had, wow. One great break deserves another. Oh. Just mean on 43 and 44 right now. But we have some players further back in the standings, which means they just need one game to make their move, to do their thing. All of a sudden we're freaking out about numbers, and frankly we can't control them. All we can do is speculate a little bit and guess, but it's going to be fun. Game number 6, our top 8 players starting today's competition will be here on lanes 43 through 46. Can we go for the whole back row here in one fell swoop? My goodness.
Wow.
What do we do, 43 and 44? I thought we were cool, man.
It's okay. Sarah Gill's gonna some good's gonna go her way here.
There we go. Good call, guy. Great shot there from Sarah. Showing the pins we mean business here in game 5.
It is an interesting setup in the women's overall standings. A lot could still go down.
We do have names ready to go on 45 and 46. Madison Janik, Megan Eaglehouse, Jillian Martin, Brittany Brown, and Leanne Vassbinder. Will be joining for Game 5. Good question in the chat from Mike. If someone were to make it on Team USA, what would their life schedule be like for the year? How many events, travel, how much of the year dedicated to Team USA versus a normal work schedule? Well, Mike, I think it's in part it's a year-long process for most of these players. Obviously, the time and the dedication put in to make the team obviously has to be considered. But the team itself, after this week, for the individuals who are announced at the end of our presentation and those who have earned their spots, and essentially the main responsibilities as far as travel are each team, the adult team and the junior team, has 1 week of training camp essentially, where they travel to the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, to work with the coaching staff, get to basically work on any tweaks with their game, anything they kind of want to help improve while they're there. And also gives the coaching staff the ability to evaluate the players and look at the schedule of events for a particular year. And depending on what events are on the schedule, who goes to which events. So recently, as we were talking about Andrew Anderson and his performance in Hong Kong at the World Championships, there's events like that every year. The World Championships doesn't happen every year. That's one of the top tier events on the schedule. But essentially, the coaching staff will look at what may be coming up. Might be PAPCON, might be the Pan Am Games, Champion of Champions, whatever it may be. And this goes for the juniors as well. And then they will select a team to participate at those events. Those events generally last, week and a half, depending on format, all that good stuff. So for that actual time, you're just looking at, the 1 week for training camp, obviously the week at team trials if you're out here making the team that way, and then potentially a week or two of competition as well. However, from sitting in on some of the Junior Team USA orientations that they have at the conclusion tonight, the coaching staff itself is available. They expect things like monthly reports and kind of, they want to keep up with the players. So there's a lot of communication going on across the year. So obviously the players themselves, they're all across the country. They're competing weekly if they're out on PBA or PWBA tour. Some of them are collegiate athletes, so they're practicing with their respective universities, colleges, whatever it may be. And so they're obviously focusing on that, but at the same time, they have essentially the tools available to them that they can reach out. They can talk to the coaching staff. They can talk to their teammates, whatever it may be, to make sure that when it comes time to wear the red, white, and blue and hear the national anthem played, that they're going to be ready. That's a very good question.
Well said. Good question, good answer.
I'm just inspired by your socks, bro. That's all. It's fitting for today. I just noticed that.
Somebody's going to be on Team USA, so I had to get my socks.
Sock game is strong. Great shot there from Ashley, a former junior Team USA member, collegiate national champion at McKendree. See, folks, sometimes you just got to be patient. We heard that in the very early going. Game 5, Kelly Kulick, 279. And Kelly's been trying to find the right way to say this, but Kelly probably knew this was going to be tough today. I'm not sure how much she looked at the scenarios like we do, because that's what makes it fun for us, along with watching all the great athletes compete. But you hear the rumblings of what happened during the men's squad, how tough they played. And Kelly just grinded. Filled frames. There's going to be a time when she's going to take advantage of a pair, and that patience paid off, and now she is 71 over. She's going to make a big jump up the standings, and if she has even anything remotely close to what she likes on 43 and 44 coming up next, she's going to find a way to that top 13 and secure her spot as the team trials champion. Brianna had another nice game, 205. Almost certain she's leading. She's doing all she can do, but Kelly is Kelly was just awaiting her opportunity.
Well, one, she's so experienced and has been through, multiple situations that require patience, and sometimes you can't wait, got to put the foot on the gas. So she's seen and been through probably just about everything you could go through in this sport. And after knowing Kelly for a few years now, getting a chance to talk with her often on tour, even when we're not on tour, various events like this, for example, get an understanding of just how, not only how good or how great really she is, how great she is, but how well she thinks the game. She's very technical also, as well, as many people can figure that out if you talk to her, heard her on CBS Sports Network. But if I was a betting man, as Aaron would say in the betting town.
How about that?
With the news today and, being elected to the Hall of Fame, she doesn't have to win, but she wants to win. She doesn't lace up unless she's trying to get the dub.
Get the dub.
And when she's in position, you better watch out. Someone commented to me yesterday on the way out, actually, about Kelly and her performance so far this week, and how, they really started noticing, they noticed the differences, if you will, at the Players' Championship, which by all intents and purposes, and everyone said it, I mean, it looked like Kelly was back on TV. And really, since that time, man, she's been great.
Absolutely, and that was, I mean, part of our job is sometimes not as easy or as fun as we make it out to be. Obviously, getting to talk to champions after they've done something amazing, winning a title, winning a major, whatever it may be. Those are pretty special moments. Those are cool moments. But, you know, when we get into those formats sometimes, and, you know, at the Players' Champ and at the Tour Champ, she finished in second place at both events. And after talking to Stephanie and Maria, I went down and found Kelly for a few thoughts on that, and not gonna lie, it was as happy as I was for Maria to win. At the same time, back-to-back losses and good, well-bowled matches for Kelly. Like, it was tough. You know, you don't want to go up there and necessarily ask those questions sometimes, but that's part of what we do. Trying to provide that insight to the folks who follow the PWBA Tour, but you could tell that there was a different type of fire there. It was she wasn't happy about finishing second. She felt like she did what she needed to do. She felt she, like, at the Tour Champ, made a good shot in the 10th frame that just didn't carry. And that's all you can do, and that's is exactly what she said. You know, I made the shot I wanted to make. I'm good with that, but also I'm ready to start winning again. So this will be quite a start to that.
From Hall of Famer Lucy Sandlin, 202 for Jackie Evans. Sarah Gill, 195, and a 183 for Ashley Dunn. Now here's the real question. Looks like, let's see. So Kelly and Missy Parkin are going to be on 43. And it looks like Brianna Clemmer and Josie Barnes will be on 44. Now, of course, the way things worked out this morning and this afternoon during the men's squad, everyone seemed to be kind of done at around the same time period, at least kind of 1 through 10 in the order. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case here.
I don't think so.
And so I wasn't sure if we would have a situation where they'd be a wait, but I don't think so, and I'm not sure why they probably would be.
Well, at the moment, we're still awaiting scores after 4. So yes, the crazy excitement might be slightly tamed here, just because it is a little bit weird how everything's breaking down. And like you said, the folks who come to 45 and 46 are going to have a bit of a wait if they are close to being done. But regardless, it's going to be exciting. We'll make it exciting. Come on.
Let's go.
Let's go. Clemmer's going to kick things off here. I lied. She's not. She's not ready yet. That's okay. Jason Thomas making an appearance. With the camera. JT's been putting together some great content for social media. The Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram, along with Matt Cannizzaro and Brant Houghton in trouble for Kelly in the first there. Greek Church. So folks, this is the time. I want to share the good news on social media. Let folks know you're watching Team USA trials. Got the final game underway on 43 and 44. As Clemmer starts off with a strike. Josie Barnes has fought back nicely after a slow start, sitting at plus 13. Missy Parkin the same way. Missy was pretty far back after the first two games. Started with a pair of 160s and shot 218 in game 3. And has gotten closer to plus since then.
Pretty good cross, obviously. Take the standings out of it. One would be very familiar with one another too, maybe with the exception of Rihanna Clemmer, but even still, she's bowled enough high-profile type events. Also has seen Josie at the NCAA level, of course not competing as a player, Josie a coach, so obviously the familiarity there. Missy Kelly and Josie used to crossing with one another, seeing each other obviously on tour and Team USA. So I imagine just kind of the vibe on that pair throughout this squad has been pretty solid.
Kelly avoids a back-to-back opens by covering the washout in the second.
Good spare from Whitney Brown. Got some collegiate bowling experience over on 45 and 46. Current bowlers as well. Leanne Bassbender with Newman. Mentioned Brittany Brown throughout the week at Robert Morris University of Illinois. Madison Janik, a Wichita State shocker. All right, one that hit the 1-3 for Kelly. Shot there for Brianna. It's a good observation, Sharp Babe. But yeah, there's not much room for error, I think, on this pattern in general. We saw a lot of that this morning. On the men's side, it was going to be tough no matter what. Although, interesting enough, we've seen, similar to this morning, a variety of, I should say a variety, a couple of angles of attack. Some players, this squad, are in, some are still outside. Good shot there from Kelly. Shannon O'Keefe nearly. Looking at the back five for potentially 198, but just got stopped by a 9-pin. Second shot in the 10th. Conversion will give her 187. Open frame for Missy. Went out to check to make sure, or see if we could get an update on some scores. The crisscrossing of games. There's a bit of a delay. Of course, if you're wondering, at the moment, anything with a green screen, well, as you see on 45 and 46 is in game 5. Thing with a blue screen currently is in game 6. Here's Klemmer. Thanks, Paige. Appreciate that information. Always repping for your alma mater like that. Megan Eagle House. That's Stephen F. Austin. So 4 of the 5 on 45 and 46. It's really a good, these two pairs, especially at the moment, really a good look at current, present, and future of women's bowling. The collegiate aspect. Don't forget about Jillian Martin, who I believe is still in high school. You see the type of talent that she possesses. When you head over to 43 and 44, we've got PBA champions, major champions. Of course, Kelly Kulick, the first woman to win a PBA national title. All bowled collegiately. Klemmer, McKendree, Barnes, Vanderbilt, Parkin, Cal State Fullerton, Kulick, Morehead State. All right, till we get some updated stats, of course, we're still operating on the fact that we believe it's either Brianna Klemmer or Kelly Kulick. We're thinking it's Kulick based on her 279, in Game 5, but it's hard to say, obviously. Brittany Brown has been lined up for the most part. Put together a strong finish here this game. Amelia, good question. In regards to players who don't earn automatic spots on the team but are selected, when are they notified? ASAP. Immediately. open frame in the 8th for Klimmer. After the 4-9, Janik finishes with 186. Madison earned her spot on Junior Team USA last year at this event for 2018. More and more lanes and more pairs starting to enter the final game. Cody Brown's gonna go try a different bowling ball. Talked about how she had a pretty good look and was able to put a run together the back half of this game. Frame for Parkin in the 8th as well. So best Missy can do, get to 192. Looking forward to seeing and watching Jillian Martin as she progresses through the youth ranks. .218 for Brittany Brown, 201 for Megan Eaglehouse after she strikes out. A 10 attempt for Klimmer. Over on 41 and 42, Brianna Cote, Liz Culkin, Jordan Richard, and Caitlin Johnson. And it won't be immediately after. I'll need to obviously redress the lanes. So not immediate, but what about moderate?
Sounds like a weather report.
It does.
We have a moderate amount of striking at Gold Coast here on the 39-foot pattern.
Nice finish from Jillian Martin, 191. Those players are moving on to game 6.
I can finally press the game 6 button. Is that what you're telling me?
That is what I'm telling you.
How about that? Update on scores. We will have them available after everyone is finished with game 5. I see one green screen left, at least from where we can see. So it's a little tough to judge where we're at in the standings at this point, especially with this pair being done. So we'll have to remember that washout, the second one of the game for Kelly. To see where everyone is sitting in the standings. The emotion starting early here. Brianna getting a big hug from McKendree teammate Lauren Payton now. Head coach Mama Bearcat. Well-deserved round of applause for Kelly Kulik. Big day for her, regardless of her final spot in the standings. Elected to the USBC Hall of Fame earlier today. Looking to add one more trip to Team USA. 6-time major champion. Well, let's welcome Sydney Brummett, Taylor Boltice, Julia Bond, and Taylor Davis to Bowl TV. Missy delivers the first strike.
Final shot for Missy Parkin. All right, 192. And that'll do it for 43 and 44. All right, so our digits turn to 45 and 46. And while we can, might as well offer a little 47 and 48 as well. Over on 47 and 48, we have Sierra Kanemoto, Lauren Pate, Mabel Cummins, Erin McCarthy, and Brenda Padilla.
Padilla leading the way on that pair right now at +4. Mabel Cummins at -34. Erin McCarthy -56. Lauren Pate -94. And Sierra Kanemoto -1 at 33. So they are they're tough.
Yeah, those are some numbers we didn't see, certainly, earlier in the week. And I should say that we saw numbers like that across the standings, but from this particular group, for example, which is why they're in this group, there weren't many numbers like that. And that does go to show what this pattern presented today. This was the today you earn it pattern.
My wife is watching it.
You're welcome, Mama Pate.
Mama Pate. But yes, considering the talent of the players around us and the amount of scores in the minus at the moment, outside of the pairs we already saw finish up +129 and +46, it looks like Sydney and Julia are the only other players in addition to Brenda to be plus right now. So once again, another opportunity. Once again, we don't know where everyone's kind of sitting right now. Nope. Nope. This is the best email I've ever received. We got scores received through 5. We're going to upload them extremely quickly here to the interwebs. Then we will read off the scenarios.
Good shot from Brenda Padilla. Of course, 2010 champion with John Jennings. Good to see her not only back out, but putting up some score this week. All right, Julia Bond double, 9 spare. Aaron is uploading.
All right. Let's go. You may start.
Ashton, he did say in the interweb. Yes, he did.
I'm not here to mess around, so it's a serious business. All right. Wow.
Uh-oh.
It's amazing what 279 can do for
Yeah.
your health. So looking at the daily, heading into the final game, Brianna Clemmer, 1146. Patricia Rosales, 1,093. Jackie Evans, 1,075. Kelly Kulik moved all the way up into 4th. So she is our overall leader with that 279. So she's at 1,071. Marissa Carey, 1064. Brianna Lane, 1044. Julia Bond, 1028. Carolyn Thieser, 1021. Angelica Anthony and Sydney Brummett round out the top 10 at plus 16. 18 players plus, which means the overall standings, Kelly Kulik was leading heading into that final game. She shot 175. She dropped to plus 46. I don't know what that's going to do to her. Brianna Clemmer, by all, we'll have to check out Patricia Rosales and see where she's sitting at, but Brianna Clemmer still at 57 points. Sydney Brummett and Julia Bond currently tied for 3rd is 76 apiece. They were 1 spot ahead of Josie Barnes. Josie just finished with 169. So both of these players, plus at the moment, both of them off to strong starts. It's looking like they can hold on to those final 2 automatic bids. Missy Parkin was in 6th with 97 points. Jordan Richard, 102. Brenda Padilla, 121. Shannon Pluhowski, 124. Stephanie Johnson, 125. That is your top 10 overall. On the youth side, Caitlin Johnson with 130. Kayla Hicks with 137. Mabel Cummins with 140. Taylor Davis with 153. First player out, Destiny Truly with 173. So for Taylor at minus 92, an opportunity to make up some pins here. Mabel Cummins at minus 34. She can move up a few spots. Caitlin Johnson is going to give a few spots back. She should potentially have enough room, though. She can strike out to get to 185. For the U.S. Amateur, currently, Brianna Clemmer, Julia Bond, and the final spot at the moment. Heading into the final game, Taylor Boltice at 128, ahead of Caitlin Johnson at 130, Kayla Hicks at 137, Mabel Cummins at 140. All those players can move up with a strong game. Taylor has the biggest opportunity to climb, being in 59th place right now. Caitlin, as we said, she can max out at 185. Mabel's just in the 2nd frame. Yowza. To be honest, folks, we are not sure yet who has won. Those were through 5. And we know what each player shot in the final game, so it's a question of whether or not Kelly's going to fall down a few spots shooting 175 that game.
It's interesting because not only is obviously Kelly done, but it's actually dependent on or have something to do with others, right?
It certainly could. There was
people who actually are, maybe not involved in the overall picture, but in the daily picture.
Certainly, and Patricia Rosales could still get to the overall lead for the day and knock Brianna down 1 spot. Is that enough? Is 170, plus 46, she'd have to finish 14th then. I just don't know if that many people are going to get plus right now or get above that in the plus category. At the moment, just looking at the scores through 5, that would drop her only 2 spots. But if a Julia Bond had a good game, Sydney Brummett starts striking a little bit. Brenda Padilla's off to a strong start. You just never know. So Caitlin Johnson finished with 183. So she gets to minus 57 for the day. So what kind of game can Taylor Boltice put up here?
Pardon me. Hey, Ron, thanks. I'm assuming that his son is Sean. But nonetheless, you're welcome. Aaron Smith was fantastic.
Average at best.
Shot there from Cummins. Abel, another young player that you just kind of want to watch ball. And she just goes about it too. Just goes up, throws her shot, comes back. I mean, what she did last year was off the charts.
The last day last year was absolutely awesome, crazy. Two 300s the final day. To lead the final day by like a million pins. It's pretty cool. Scores were a little higher last year on day 5 than
It's interesting, the one player we don't know about, good shot there from Erin McCarthy. We know about what she has after 5 games. That's Patricia Rosales from Orlando. She's another name of a young player that you will get to know very soon.
has a very solid game indeed and can strike out to shoot 238. So what do we say she was at? Plus
93?
93 and 38. That would be 131 over. So an opportunity to surpass Clemmer. That would give Kelly one more spot to work with on already a big day. We'll continue to mention it because it's cool. Kelly Kulik now a USBC Hall of Famer, part of the 2019 class, along with Chris Barnes and Mika Koivunemi in the superior performance category. To go with 4 other very solid and important people to this great sport of bowling.
Three in a row for Aaron McCarthy. Taylor Boltice, who wants to ensure a spot in the amateur stepladder finals. And I believe in the overall standings, it looked like she looked like she had enough distance between third and fourth in that regard, right, Aaron?
No, she
No.
didn't.
Oh, not at all. 2 points.
2 points.
I beg your pardon.
But as we said, currently in 59th place, out of all the folks who are kind of hanging around there for a chance at that third spot, she can benefit the most from a big game here.
Or 3 points, excuse me. I could just not talk.
Patricia got the first strike in the 10th. Did not get the second strike though, so go. Let's see. Best she can get to is 119 over. Doesn't look like anyone else is going to catch Brianna, so she is at 57 points. It's going to lead for the second consecutive round. Trouble for Boltice here in the 7th. 2-8-10 just doesn't make it up the hill. Important to get 2 here.
This is 100% the situation where there can be no pin left for granted in these final frames. First open frame for Lauren Pate. That was the 6th frame. 134. Sierra Kana Motel 119. Oh, excuse me, 119 in the 5th. Strike in the 6th. She's got a 6-pin to deal with, and Mabel Cummins working on a 3-bagger. Here is Brummett. 10-pin for Sydney.
For Gordy K in the chat, they do choose 2 more after the automatic 4. That is correct. By the National Selection Committee. Sun Valley Lanes. Is that Mr. John Lucido chicken in perhaps? Josie finished with 169.
Taylor Davis has been very impressive this week. No matter what happens, I think she is, not that she came in to serve notice, but she certainly opened up some eyes. And I tell you, be on the lookout for Arkansas State. Keep an eye on them for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Justin Kostick and his recruiting classes, always strong. He's got some good players over the years. Most recently had PWBA Rookie of the Year Jordan Richard, her sister Haley, and J.D. Scott Jones graduate from the program. Sid the Kid. Mabel Cummins might be a.
Uh-oh.
She keeps doing what she's doing. There's a big opportunity to jump up. She had 140 points and was in 37th spot at minus 34. Once again, at 128 points is Taylor Boltice. Kaylin Johnson was 130. Kayla Hicks was 137. But Mabel Cummins, didn't see what Kayla was doing this game. Let's see if we can find Kayla.
Oh.
We won't know what Kayla did until later.
Well, you feel for Taylor Boltice, man. These last couple days just haven't gone her way completely. But if she can hang into the U.S. Amateur Step Ladder Finals, she'll still have an opportunity to make the team with the win. But she's got to get there.
Great shot there from Julia Bond. She was the 2017 U.S. Amateur Champion and advanced to the title match in 2018. She fell to Jordan Richard in the title match. It looks like she is coming back to the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals for a third consecutive year. She is taking care of business, and she could be the wild card along with Brianna Clemmer. In this mix. Of course, we talked about the 5th spot so much in the men's 6th game. She delivers one more. She's also going to knock Kelly Kulick down a spot. But we will more than likely have an amateur who did not earn a spot on Team USA in the 3 spot. As Mabel can still shoot 278 this game. Sydney will add a few pins onto her plus total here.
Uh-oh.
Erin McCarthy, how big of a move can she make here?
McCarthy with 6 in a row.
She is in 54th, so plenty of room to move up here. She would get to better than even. So that's arguably 30 spots. That would put her into the 1 teens and into the top 10 overall. If that was the case. Once again, we're not always sure as people move all across the center. 206 for plus 22 for Brubman. Here's McCarthy, 10th frame. And the 6'9", 10. It's going to drop her max down into the 240s. She's still going to make a big jump. Brummett finishes with 206 to get to plus 22. Voltice 178 to drop to minus 81. Taylor Davis 177. She finishes the day at minus 115, and then Julia Bond plus 66. McCarthy finishes with 244, so that'll be minus 12 on the day. First shot of the 10th for Lauren Pate. She can still get to 213 this game. Brenda Padilla with one strike in the 10th. Max score 229. She could finish with plus 33 for the day. Breda's going to be right in the mix too at the end of this. Start of the final game in 8th place is going to be another player to give the coaches something to think about. However, for those top 4 spots, I'm going to bravely say Kelly Kulik, Brianna Clemmer, Cindy Brummett, and Julia Bond have done what they needed to do to hold on to automatic spots. If I'm boldly continuing, I'm going to think Kelly Kulik is going to hold on to the top spot for the U.S. Amateur. Clemmer, Bond. I think it's going to be Mabel Cummins. She still has a 10th frame to go. This is her 10th frame. Pair of spares, has not missed since. Can shoot 278. There it is, now in the 260s. Well-deserved round of applause for Mabel Cummins, a world champion in the team event this past summer in Detroit, the World Youth Championships. And if I were a betting man in a betting town, I would say she is going to be the number 3 seed for the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals. We will not know until scores are verified. But folks, it's 7:12.
Ladies and gentlemen, that completes our qualifying for your 2019 Team USA car trials. Stick around for a few moments. We'll get the results posted momentarily. Also, ladies, if you are one of the top 3 amateurs, we need to see you right away in the tournament offices immediately as soon as we get those results posted.
So you heard Kathy Prang make the announcement.
Stick around. We'll have the U.S. Amateur Championships. The
All right. 7:30. Not sure. We're going to try, but we're going to keep it short. So for Aaron Smith, oh wait, I'm Aaron Smith. For Emil Williams Jr., I'm Aaron Smith. Big thanks to Jason Thomas, Matt Cannizzaro, Brad Houghton. We're out of here. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Be sure to find the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals on YouTube, Bowl TV, the place to be. We'll see you there.